Alright, starting a little bit early. We're gonna see if we can get more done today. I don't know. Maho's foot is barely in screen. Maybe he'll come back over. Maybe not. We'll see. We will see. He's just a little baby boy after all. Okay, so oh, right, I need to start Astro Hearts. That'll sort itself out. Let's make a new window. Alright. Let's get started, yes? Oh, is it like 15, 15, 15? So it's like 3 rows of 4 and then 3. Ah, that's how I figured it out last time. Sure, okay, let's get started. Those questions that more. Alright, let's do some figures. Ooh. That's too far out. That's better. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Welcome, welcome. I was wondering when you'd show up. Doing our figures. WTD? This is, I figured I'd start when I could. I want to see if I can get a lot done today. So. Thanks. Sure, if you want. You doing well? Not any better. A little worse. It is what it is. Laid down for about 5 minutes and now I'm up. Gotta do something, right? I tried to push myself to call and see if I can find some place that's hiring, but I don't know. I talked myself out of it. So, no closer to getting things done that I need to get done. But it is what it is. Spending too much time on this man's abdominals. That's okay. I was more interested in the muscles there than I was in anything else. No, it's alright. It's just the way things are. There's nothing to do about it. No reason to rest on it. It's like sitting there looking at your phone instead of doing something. Not gonna get anything done, so I might as well do something actionable about it. Which is draw, I guess. I don't know. Even though it feels hopeless, it is what it is. Banality of evil. Just because it's hopeless doesn't mean we don't gotta go to work, right? I did read all of Wonder Woman this morning. Oh, I was a little off put at the beginning. And I think there was a weird little like exposition detour with the new artist. But I thought it was really nice overall. Oh, thank you. This guy is a little bit on the skinny side, looking for the muscle cues. They're very subtle, but once you know what you're looking for, you can see something. I would really like the feet here, so that's what I'm going to focus on. If I have time, I get to go back and do the other stuff. On this one. It's weird, but Absolute Batman did the same thing, ended up getting so attached to the new art style after a while. Yeah. The art style grew on me for Wonder Woman. So much so that once they changed it to the more realistic, I was like, you know what? I kind of like the other one. Bring it back. And then they did, so that was nice. That was fun. They did a little switcher on me. I was appreciate that. Too much time on the clothes, not enough time on the pose. First hairstyling tips I got. That move was telling me that it found a whole bunch of like artifacts in the drawing, and I'm like, shit, well maybe I can't use that after all. I don't know. New tab. Oh, I love this one. This one's great. Shoot, I wish I had more time. I love her like, she's so smarmy when she's got this cat, like, pirate's hat and everything. She's great. I love her. I can't get her foot right. Whatever. It's the time. I'm not doing a great job of keeping up with chat though right now. I'm kind of focused on this. And this one's just a gun. Oof, this lady always gives me trouble. Once we finish up with these, I'll be better at watching chat. It's true. There is no, like, speed on the chat right now. No worries. still had so much more to do on that one. She's so pretty. Get a little cheeky class study in here while I'm doing this stuff. Do you ever model for one of these? Yeah, I probably would. I'd like to lose some weight first, though. That's just a me thing. I don't really care too much, realistically. Mostly that's just like the performance of myself, right? I've spent all of this time on this arm. I can't get the rest of the body in. I'm going to be very upset with myself. Alright, I'm not going to finish, but be content with that. I made the arm too small in the end. Wah, wah. Nice. Love this one. Oh yeah, I've done some stuff. Hey, how's it going, Mickey Pal? We are doing some drawing. So I'm not really paying attention to chat as I'm trying to get these in the time limit that we have. I have been to drawing like live figure drawing sessions. We have some in town, but I don't actually know if they still do it. It's been a few years, and the man was very, very old and had a lot of health complications. I've done some charcoal drawings for like charcoal drawing. Practice pose. Feel bad if I serve. No, you're fine. It's just figure drawing is in the moment thing. So it's not exactly easy to juggle both at the same time. But I understand if it is boring to watch, which is just unfortunate. Oh well. Spending way too much time on this. Specifically, I think I'm worried too much about the hand, and that kind of ruined the rest of the everything. That's alright. So in the middle of box practices, and those you're not like, yeah. That's alright. It's always the hardest to find the motivation to do it. That's why doing it with other people is so helpful for me, because I can always find the motivation if someone else is doing it. Seeing art drawing, yeah. That's good to hear. Hope your art drawing went well, your stream went well. That's with the velocity. How do our feet do that thing? What the hell? Your stream on my feed, so I'm going, wait, no, of course. Always happy to see it. The only thing I ask that people that are under the age of 18 don't stick around, just because this is not a stream that's safe for minors, right? Do a lot of cursing, and I do prefer drawing the human form. So that's something that is becoming increasingly more and more not okay. Oh shoot, that was the thing on this one. No. What? I'm confused. 8, 9, I need one more here. Let's just draw him as I see him. That's the pelvis, and then deltoids. Draw the neck coming through here. We have the head sticking through. Have the shoulder up here, down here as well. We don't have anything on that side. Legs coming out here. Yeah, okay. Always happy to have more people at the very least. Do you not possess? Chameleon's head, nice. I'll catch up on all of this in a bit here, I promise. We have our halfway point coming up. Yo, what a pose. That's crazy. We're gonna have to draw it small, but... View portfolio at X. Nice drawing. Thanks. Oh God, I'm most proud of the Bumble one at the moment. That's been a bit, and I feel like I can't do it anymore. It feels like a fluke now. Too many bad words like darn, tarnation, and even fudge. Now, while I do say all of those, I also say the bad versions of those. I am the best safe for work porn streamer, according to people. Womp womp. I don't really know where I'm putting the mouth there. Don't want to go and fix it. There's tons to do. Yikes. What have I done with this man's legs? Technically his arms, but I guess he's really bent over. Alright, halfway point, let's take a little back. I do drawing man a lot. Also, I like any artists very good at body art. Like, I should move this to the right side. Gay artists, they are good at drawing body anatomy. That's cool. I'm not gay, but I do like anatomy and form, so I appreciate it. Okay, big 12% scrolling up through the Twitch chat also. Not feeling it tonight, unfortunately. The live drawing sessions are always fun to go to. I would do them in college for some of my classes, but there's also some in town. If you get a chance to go, I highly recommend get like a big pad of newsprint and some charcoal, but it takes practice to get good at charcoal, so it's up to you. It's kind of just knowing the tool. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have any problem with gay people being here, Mika. Don't worry. Mickey pal. I 100% love everybody. Everyone should show up. Everyone should learn to do what they love to do. And if that's art, more than happy. Direct, sorry if you... No, I don't give a shit. Oh, there is very little you could do to make me uncomfortable. Aside from being like creepy, right? But what I mean by creepy is it's very, very hard to get to, right? As long as people are honest and they're trying their best, it's very hard to do stuff. Manipulative, that's a better one than creepy, because creepy is not really actionable. People that are trying to be like manipulative, suck. I don't like those. Big 12%. Wow, man, you guys are exploding. It wasn't so long ago before we didn't have 1%. Deed not possessed. Some thumbnails. Yeah. Bad words. Fluke. You broke that piece down like a science. I did, but it's like... I think the composition just happened to be very good for some reason. I don't know. Pun should have been intended. Is there a pun? So gay over here. It's true. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of twink drawing also, but I don't know if that's... It's really hard for me to be like, I'm gay, because the only like type of man I'm attracted to are the ones that look like women, but like convincingly very much like women, to the point where it's just like anatomically very unfair, right? So it's not a really good showing, right? I don't know. It's like, I think a better representation would be like, I mostly like women, And I don't mind if a very feminine woman has a penis. But I fucking hate labels, so it doesn't fucking matter. Oh my god. Alright, let's do another set of figures. We have 30 more minutes to do. And then we'll move on to like, man, I don't know. We'll do some Harry Bush Garrist. He draws so good. Harry Bush, gay artist. I'm sure. I like, as far as like people who draw nice forms, for me, I like Sabu a lot. Encase is also really good. Although lately I've seen Encase's work through a different lens. And I don't know if that's because they've shifted more towards a more emphasis on line than form. But it's for whatever reason, Encase's work looks a little bit more attainable recently. And I don't know if that's just like me growing as an artist or if something else. Vibe here is so open and accepting. Aw, thanks. I appreciate it. I love when people show up and come by. Even if you want to join the Discord, there's links, places, I think. I don't know where they are on YouTube, I'll be honest. As long as you either have good vibes or are willing to work for what you want, you're more than welcome among the community. I don't know. I feel like that's something that didn't used to have to be said, but I feel like it probably is. Like, I feel like people are always trying to get out of work and stuff. And so it's kind of disappointing when people give up. Because it's like, yeah, the work is tedious and it's boring and it's frustrating. But if you fall in love with it, it's really nice and fun. We've got a Discord. We have... Oh, that reminds me. I should... You know what? Let's take a short break. I'm going to add the emotes to the Discord really quick. I should make a folder for that. Specifically for the Discord. I fixed my photo. It had nothing to do with restarting the computer. New folder. Discord. Emotes. Cool. Let's grab the ones. Only God may judge me for my sins, and only Maha will understand. The Discord's a lot nicer about formats and stuff, so I don't have to worry about it. Where's the Moop one? God's right Moop. Wait, I'm looking for that one. I don't see it. I just see the... I'm gonna label the homophobic Maha one as concern instead of whatever. Because I think that's better. Gonna have to go rewrite it out? Share my art and ask your opinion. Yeah, absolutely. More than happy. I'm just gonna call this one date. Alright, let's add these to the Discord. There it is. This one is God's right move, right? Because it's like... Okay. Chaos. By all means. I was gonna do things. Yeah. I'm doing the right thing. Hold on. Service settings. Why is there a thing coming up? To roll. Manage messages. Pinned messages are now separate permissions. Okay, cool. Anyway, emoji. You have to upload one at a time? No, here we go. Okay, they are all uploaded. Should now be able to use any of these. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, Rover. I assume that's you. Welcome, sir. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Lighting. They got the lighting. What? Alright, cool. Let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. Which is some bigger job. Alright, let's see. Did I make a new layer for it? I did make a new layer for it. 30 more images. Let's go. You can put it in any, by the way, you can put anything in any, like, one. I ask that you keep the adult stuff in the ones that are labeled for not safe for work. Just, you know, because people want to be able to open stuff while they're at work or out and about throughout the day. Nope, that's closer to this. It's like a croissant. A croissant. I messed this up gloriously. That's alright. It's whatever. We're not gonna worry about it too much. Cool. Alright, back at it again, ladies and gentlemen, with that. Vibes and vibes and vibes and vibes and vibes and vibes. I got a message from someone on Blue Sky I haven't heard from in a while. Probably they keep messaging, but usually people will be like, hey, how's it going? And then they'll drop off the face of the earth again. It's what happened with Lazy Snouts sometimes. So I don't blame them. People go through things. Life's tough. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. The hand goes here, there's the leg, there's the cloth. Cloth settings. I shrunk your torso a little bit because it wasn't fitting in the space. That's my only regret here, but otherwise not bad. Oh no, this one is so... I'm just gonna put it sideways. I love this one, but it also doesn't fucking fit anywhere because it's so long. Mostly I love it because of this guy's hair. He has fantastic poofy hair. And it's a lot of fun. But yeah, if you're in the Discord, you're also more than welcome to follow along. I stream the figures there since I can't stream them here. So if you want to see what's going on both sides of the coin or what have you, what I'm drawing and then what actually ends up on the page. Be the cyst. Share what? Oh, you shared the stuff. Yeah, I'll check it out after I'm done with this set. Well, that was a shame. I like this a lot. Mostly because I want to see how I can push perspective here with minimal lines. Oh, this girl's got a crazy hairy bush. I forget. Every time I see it, I forget. It's always so ominous. So then it'll be the hips. And an arm come out here. And the rest of it's just like cylinder down. Yeah, good enough for me. Thank you for letting me join. Yeah, of course. Pretty much, as long as it's legal. that's you know, right? Always gotta specify that. Remember, I'm not trying to pick Ginny TOS. Okay, I wanna fucking focus on this because I never get around to the legs and stuff. What does CIS stand for, by the way? I don't think I've heard that one. Indonesia and LGBTQ is not related. Yeah, of course. Always happy to help and stuff. And I can't do a lot of physical assistance for anything, but I can provide whatever you need else, right? Like, there's not a ton of tutorials about drawing penises out there. Or whatever. It's one of those things where it's like, everyone knows how to draw a penis, because they don't teach you how to draw a penis. But eventually people just like learn how to learn, and then, you know, penises abound. I just did this one earlier. Community of accepting people. Some huge ones over there. Some big penis. Oh my goodness. Bum 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 bum. This one's always funny to me. I don't know why. It's like a huh? You make your neck too big sometimes. Always gotta have a gun, I guess. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Mm, 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 mm. Spent way too much time on the hand of the arm. This is going to be painful for me when it cuts it off. God damn it, son of a bitch. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the last one. Oh my god. Do some big trying every once in a while. Mm. Love this guy also. got really long arms, but he has his waist super high, so it's cool. Clearly there's not enough room here. No, I didn't even get the pizza feed in. We're halfway done with the last half. 3/4 way done, I guess. Does he sleep? Oh yeah, Maho finally made it onto the set. He just likes to take a nap. That's why he's on camera. Much cuter than I am, so he gets the camera. Oops, that goes there instead. That reminds me, Kit, did you ever get a chance to look at the Alexis Flower stuff? Yeah, Alexis Flowers, adult high school, where I roved out in search of love and... I know you're not a huge fan of cliffhangers, but... I did this one just a little bit ago. You forgot? Highly recommend them. Beautiful art style. They have a very rendered approach, which I am envious of. Read it tonight? Oh, so you did actually look at it though, right? So you're not just like... That is a big commitment if you're gonna read I Roved Out. Adult high school is pretty new, so I think it's only got like a few chapters in it, but Roved Out is massive. You often practice like this, drawing poses? Yeah, we do figure drawings every day before stream. Whole hour of figures. Not the best way to gain an audience, but it's really good for practice, so. Despite your rendition, I must commit. No, just take a look at it. I want to be able to talk about the rendering, but I don't necessarily care too much about the narrative story. It's really good. I highly recommend it, but you know, just Alexis Flowers as a artist is just decent to look at and study. Just because I feel like narratively we have very different appeals. Very different things that appeal to us. I forget what that leg was, so we're not gonna do it. That's too far out. Background music is so good to hear. Yeah. The playlist is, I should have it shared somewhere. It's just Rush Garcia. I just took all of his pieces that are not going to get me copyright, and I put it on all the time. He's my friend, so he lets me play the music. But sometimes some of his orchestrations get copyrighted by the people that originally orchestrated. So for example, he did a American Tail orchestration. You know, somewhere out there beneath the pale lights. And it got copyrighted by something in Brazil. And we kind of knew it was going to happen, but he did it for his mom, so. I highly recommend listening to him on Spotify or YouTube Music or wherever. It'll help him out. This is definitely the sort of like outfit I'd see someone in Case's universe be wearing, and then they get absolutely dicked down for like the rest of the comic. Chris Garcia on YouTube. Yeah. I roved out in search of love, and depends if you want color. I roved out is really good. If you want her newest stuff, I think it's a she, I don't remember. If you want their newest stuff, check out Adult High School. That kind of just links to the page also, because they have their own website. I should get a website, but I don't have anything to host on there yet. Maybe if I finish the Twink Lantern, we'll have something to host. And I'll look into someone who can actually do computer science and like web hosting or whatever. I used to. I'm real bad at managing my time. And while I might be able to eventually do it, I don't think I could in any reasonable amount of time get it sorted out. I already didn't do this pose, sorry. It's the same lady. Green background and all. She's got like really, it's like everything's really visible, so it's easy to get caught into the trap of like drawing all of her physical features. Yeah, I highly recommend. During the 24-hour stream, I took some of the ones that aren't on my playlist that he's done more recently, and I had that as the be right back kind of screen. Highly recommend. We are like brothers, him and me. Though, you know, times change, I guess. Almost done here. One more on this. Is that her tit down there? It's crazy. Rendering is next level, right? Atmospheric stuff, right? They have really good stuff. I rated this one. I would ask them, send them a message on YouTube and ask them if they can use it. But otherwise, I should probably link the playlist. You can just use the playlist. They say it's fine, but, you know, it's always nice to ask, right? Tell them who sent you, also. Said Jack Sparrow sent me to settle his debt. Hey, how's it going, Ophelia? Let me guess, late night again? Nice. Karaoke's always fun. I always get too caught up in trying to like be loud and I fuck up my voice for the rest of the next day. Instead of just trying to sing in pitch, I always try to match and it fucks me over. Catch me going, don't stop believing, up until my throat doesn't work. Nice. Alright, almost done. So this character has a little bit of like contrapposto stuff in the sense that the neck comes this way, shoulder comes up this way, this one comes down. Then the torso comes in a little bit, and then the hips come out. Yes, I love the Monster Hunter one. It starts with Poke Village, which I love Poke Village so much. It's such a sleepy little village. I want to play Monster Hunter again. I want to see if I fixed the issues with the frame loss. But we'll see. Always gotta have a gun, apparently. Right, and that's all of them. Opposite problem, too soft. I'll finally give you the microphone. My voice on my dog. Let's catch up a little bit on chats. Let's see. Cool. Let's see. Let's focus. Maho is down there. He's just taking a nap. He's always taking a nap. He is so easy. Chubby bodies aren't too difficult. Let me put them all together. We can do a little bit of a breakdown on that. Okay, this is charged enough. Give me a second now. There we go. Cool. Perfect. Let's export this. No one ever knows. I have dog cam on the stream tag, you know? He is. We went on a long walk this morning. It was very hot. Usually we'll go on a long walk. So it's nice. Export similar, PNG. About halfway, I guess technically we're a third of the way through because we need to be getting to 180. Right? No, 100%. Nice. Okay, now I think, what's it called? I have a social kit, let me check. Access flower. You shamelessly using me as a reminder? Okay, fair enough. Let me see what we've got going in our stuff for streams. Oh, nice! Yeah! I need to do more ballet stuff, for sure. Got some lovely line work here. That all likes. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Oh, Antonio, what are we going to do with you? Okay. So, this looks lovely. 1,736 pounds. So, as far as like drawing more heavy set people goes, we have a regular person, right? What does cyst mean? I can improve my art. If you want, we can do a critique. Let's see. Oops. Sure. Let's go ahead and grab just the first one, I guess. Okay, so let's see. I love the anatomical correctness that you go to it. It looks like you're really trying to emphasize the forms a lot, right? You got all these lovely little like T-lines that show muscle groups. And you have like some depth going on here and here and here. And you really try to emphasize these like tiny little things that really give a lot of depth to the form. Your nose is also really good. I always love when people do like these kinds of noses because they're really fun. I do love them a lot. What else can I say? You have an excellent eye for like hair and hairstyle. I love this cute little shape here. That's a really fun shape. Good cast shadows drawn. I saw in the other pieces you had on the Discord that you have a really good sense for a soft color palette, which is lovely. It reminds me a lot of Eastern, like modern Eastern sort of like manhwas and stuff, where they have this kind of very muted tone and they reserve like reds for the noses, right? Which is a very different like aesthetic than Tumblr, which tends to really kind of like saturate everything. So it's really lovely. I think the hairy brush influence really comes through in a lot of L style. Really interesting. I don't know hairy brush at all. So if this is something that is influencing you a lot, really good stop. I really like the simplification too. I love the stylization. They're so cute. Aesthetically, you've got it all there. Lovely stuff. You got a great grasp for volumes. I can see it in the ballet slippers. You're thinking of the form of the object in space with other objects. Right? So there's a floor and you've got like a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's really good. Fantastic stuff. Good, 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 good. And there's a lot of good cloth stuff going on too. So what do you have for me then, Miki? What is it that you're trying to work on that you feel like you're maybe lacking a little bit? Where do you want to see your art evolve in? What is something that you really like and you want to represent more of that you're not seeing in your art? Also, I don't know, would you prefer Miki or would you prefer what's the Rover? Which one do you have a preference for as far as names go? I like because people can see better than myself. Sort of. What I can do is I can make your art more like how I draw my art. But that's not necessarily an improvement, right? It's really easy to push the onus of responsibility onto someone else. But if we want to see growth in our, we want to see real actionable growth in our art, we need to reach within ourselves and ask the question, what am I unsatisfied with, right? Because only when we ask ourselves what we're unsatisfied with can we ask probing questions as to, okay, if I'm not satisfied with this, why am I not unsatisfied? Why am I not satisfied with this, right? And from there, we can look to other people and they can explain to us better what we can see, right? Miki is better? Sure. So for example, if I showed my art to somebody and said, what's wrong with this? That's not actionable. There's nothing wrong with any art and expression, right? If I go to somebody and say, hey, I don't quite like where my anatomy is at with this. How could I improve this? The expression. Sure. For me, it seems like you have a very relaxed, very neutral expression, right? So if you're wanting to have more dramatic and exaggerated expressions, with the chibi forms, you could definitely go way bigger, right? So instead of, let's just copy the form here. Oops. Just so we have the same baseline to work with here. I just love these little hair things, so I'm gonna copy them. Alright, so right now you've got a very neutral expression. Everything is kind of where it's at. Oops. Go. You can really push this. If this person's extremely happy, you can go ahead and instead of just having a normal sized mouth, you can go off the mouth, off the deep end, right? And this is going to cause a lot of squishes, right? You can see, oh, hey, thanks for the followers. How's it going, Rolex? How are you doing? And then the eyes, right? Eyes and eyebrows. Always remember everything kind of moves around when you're making expressions and shapes, right? So the eyebrows can go way up here. Oops. From neutral. And then the eyes can close. Something like that, right? For me personally, when I'm drawing a face that's really happy, I really try to push, and it's always this balance of push and pull, right? Where are you gonna see things, right? Raise the lips, raise the mouth. if the more cartoon you go, the more you can like really push stuff, right? So if we have like really chibi things, we can go ahead and like distort the entire face and distort the entire head, right? This is looking a bit wrinkly for me. I don't know. It's maybe not as much, right? And we're still getting a bit in here. Always like bring the mouth open. And that has more expression. Make the cheeks plumper, right? Because plump, jolly cheeks, right? Something like that. And it's up to you to kind of decide how far do you want to take this exaggeration. Because remember, the more we distort the face to make it look happy, the less we make it look like the character. And so finding that balance is kind of up to every artist. Maybe fixing myself along the way. Actually, I can draw basic pose or neutral. It can be interesting rather than dramatic pose because many artists already do that. Chibi a lot. Makes sense. If you're trying to do more neutral stuff, I think you're doing a really good job. Existing. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, Moob? Welcome, welcome. Because the chibi is already like you're moving it very far away. Now, if you want to do much more subtle expression, though, you can always do exactly what you've been doing already. So I would recommend maybe instead of doing all those changes like I did, because that's a pretty dramatic shift. Sometimes just like little bit of a head shift can help the pose a lot. Just like turn a slight nod. What am I doing here? I'm not having any consistency with the eyebrows. For the more realistic expression phase, right? Graceful expression has Japanese British nobility blood. Sure. So definitely if you want to show them very expressive, I would recommend adding that little head tilt and maybe changing nothing else, right? Even show that the nod with like this kind of a emotion. You want it to be like really subtle. There's definitely nothing wrong with like having a character that is more reserved, emotionally speaking. But if this is like a representative of every expression that you do and you struggle with like making people and characters more expressive, then yeah, of course. If you're struggling with like really pushing expression, like getting the extremes, then definitely go ahead and try making characters that are not as reserved, right? Because if you're using the fact that the character is reserved as kind of like a, well, I don't feel like I'm super good at doing expressions, so I'm gonna make a character that's really reserved so I don't have to worry about that. Then small brain artist observation. What? You're doing something with like a character with hyper realistic proportions, right? and this isn't technically hyper-realistic, but they have more realistic proportions as far as like jaw lines, face proportions, and like distances from everything else. To make, what's it called? Expressions more noticeable. This is something you can also try yourself, right? In the mirror. So just go into the mirror and try to turn your face into as plastic a thing as possible. And just like, what's it called? Really just kind of blow things out of proportion in your brain to see how much the human body can flex, right? Because the eyebrows are on top of skin and that moves a lot. The nose is pushed by muscles in this area, right? So you're gonna get a lot of pull and push and pull in these directions, right? You can even like scrunch up and get all these like muscles up here and pulls the nose up too. Getting the nose down is gonna be much harder. I'm sorry, I don't do destruction. I think the best way to provide instruction is to show the things that I really like. And then I can give you exercises and stuff to focus on where you would like to go. I unfortunately am not much of a sadist. Because I think this work is lovely. And it makes me a little sad that people want to like be destroyed for their work. This is an excellent piece of work. It's awesome, right? So all you need to do to make this character smile more or be happier, because they already have like the default resting smile. There's people that have like resting bitch face, right? And this person has the opposite. They have a resting smile face. So to make it more prominent, what you can do is just kind of like pull these back and around, because the face is a tube, right? Right? We have the eyes. Oops, sorry. We have the eyes here. The nose coming out. Usually there's like secondary out. And then we have the mouth. Right? So as the mouth goes backwards here, when we keep things in perspective, it has to go around this form. So if we draw the curved lines around the face, this is the path that the lines are going to take when they make a smile, right? So it's going to be slightly up into the back, not because the mouth is going up, right? But because these muscles are pulling backwards. Compliment, not really develop your art to get better. Of course it is. I've complimented you on a lot of stuff, and then I've told you how you can change things. There's no need for me to insult you. Insults don't make anybody better either. So again, if you want to make the character happier, there's a lot we can do with the eyebrows. If you want to make something really small, I can give the baby a treat. Give me 1 second. I know, baby boy. I don't know how you guys can see them, but there they are. Okay, 1 second. Look how pushing the expression affects on the structure of the face and everything on it. If we contrast the first attempt to Sprung's attempt, the eyes, cheeks, proportions are all worked in order, so the gesture and contortions and scene as Sprung misses all up together is very satisfying. I'm glad you liked it. Everything cyst. What is cyst? I don't know what cyst means. It feels like it's one of those like little things you add to the end of a sentence. I forget the word for it, but yeah, if you want to make them a little bit more expressions, smiles here, pull it up slightly from the middle. So we have your mouth is a little bit higher than the jaw, right? So we can just keep pulling it up. And then we have the eyebrows in a downturned position, right? That's a very natural state for them to be in. And you've done an excellent job of acknowledging that. Because oftentimes people will be like, I don't want to put the eyebrows down and up because then my character will look like they're frowning. But realistically, if your eyebrows are frowning, they're going to be like on the same level as the top of your eyelid, right? So they're going to be down here if they're frowning or upset, right? So if you want to make them happier, we can keep this in this neutral state that we have here. Another thing we could do is we can pull them up slightly. So the muscles that are going to move the eyebrows up, right, are going to move them pretty much straight up, with a greater effect towards the middle. right? So this will go up, and then this will go much higher up. And then this will also be up too, right? And of course, because this is following the perspective of the face, technically the horizon line, I believe, is around here. So this would kind of come back down. So they'd be a bit closer. So you could draw the eyebrows like this, slightly up higher, which would expose a little bit more of the bone here, as the eyebrows tend to like rest on top of this bone structure. So you could draw more of that entire thing there. Hey Black Tea, how's it going? Yeah, this is Pinky, they're on YouTube. So, because then the next character will be more expressive and seductive character, right? Okay, cool. So, if you want to have a more expression character that's more seductive, right? Here's what you tend to do, right? Eyebrows are really good, but mostly eyelids, right? So right now you have a character whose eyes are open, right? And they have this fat line up here, right? This is the structure above here that kind of covers the eyebrow and then ducks down into it to have the bone above it, right? So this character has their eyes open, right? Characters who are seductive tend to have their eyes halfway closed instead. And a great way to indicate that their eyes are halfway closed is to keep this distance where it's at. So this distance right here is very important. And so over here we can kind of show eye that's open. And then a more seductive eye. Notice that the pupil is going to be in the same place. You can have highlights in the same place. Everything's in the same place, except for the eyelid. It's going to be more. Immediately, these look like quote unquote fuck me eyes. Black and Italian. A double eyelid works fine. It does not matter, right? What we are trying to identify is this secondary eyelid, right? The double eyelid on top has nothing to do with whether or not the character can make quote unquote sexy eyes. You just take whatever the maximum eyelid expression is, and then you like lower it slightly. You want the eyelid to be resting kind of on where the pupil is, right? Is on a trip. They said they won't be available. That's true. I forgot about that. Drawing them in warp shapes? You should try it. Yes, drawing in warp shapes is always really fun. That's a great example that they're being. Love the fuck me eyes made me laugh. They are. That's what they are. Listen, that's what they are. One thing I highly recommend if you want to get better at drawing like expressions or whatever is have like a random weird shape, right? And then just like, all right, what the hell am I going to do here, right? And then try to put a face onto it. So I think that's the ear. I'm going to put, because that's the ear, I know that this is the midway section, right? So if that's the midway section, that means this is where the eyebrows start. This is really good if you want to be like a cartoonist, but it's also really good if you're trying to like learn the forms really well. Because just because you distort the forms does not mean that they change in any meaningful way. The proportions are always going to be the same. So we can draw them with the fuck me eyes, I guess. We'll give them a smirk. And I think I want to give them some big old chubby cheeks, right? Something like this is the space I'm thinking for their cheeks, right? So I want to kind of push that out of the way. And then we can do the hairline. Let's do maybe something, a bit of a curly thing. And with the hair, you can cheat a little bit. You don't have to follow the exact shape, right? But you should definitely try to like follow the form slightly. Because if you're not following the form, you kind of missing out a little bit. Right? So you take a random shape and then you take a look at it, and let me turn this to the side so we can see it a little bit better. And then you try to like draw a face into it. It doesn't necessarily have to be chubby like this. It could have just been really weird, right? And so what this does is it really helps you like stretch and fold and get like an understanding. Because if you can't do this, what you were doing before is you were kind of falling into this pattern of like step 1, step 2, step 3, step whatever. And you don't really have this ability to like flex. You don't have a mastery of the form that you can like distort, right? Once you have an idea of like, okay, this is a face, right? It's a matter of like, where do you want to put it? Now there's a million ways I could do this, right? I could do this face. I can lock myself into this perspective, right? So instead of doing what I did with this, oopsies, bring that back. Instead of what I did with this guy and then like putting the ear something here or whatever and the eyes and stuff, I'm going to go ahead and give myself an additional challenge. I'm going to, they don't warp with the shape. They are closer to caricature. Yeah. I tend to be a little bit more vanilla. Yes. This is a great way to, Rock Queen. Interesting. What? How'd you found your channel? Thank you. You can give yourself challenges, right? So for example, for this challenge, I'm not going to try to change the face direction. So I'm not going to like do this, then have some weird shapes or whatever. I'm locked into this being the shape, right? But also it would be extremely easy to just like put the ear here, right? Because you just have like an ear shape and all that stuff. And then you can draw like an eyebrow, right? And then you can have eyes coming from there. Right? Make them angry or whatever. You could do a really easy like shape like that, right? That's the easiest shape you could draw. Let's draw something else though. Let's use this in a very different way. So here, we're going to have this be the nose shape, right? And then we have eyes like here. And then we can shove the ear on the side here. I'm going to cheat a little tiny bit just because they're not technically part of the face, right? The ears are part of the skull in a different way. And we can make this guy bald just for the sake of simplicity. Maybe he's chilly, he's cold. Right? They are whole. It's a part of the skull. Yeah. The hole for the ear is in there. Don't worry about that. The fleshy bits on the outside. This is how you get characters that like look really wonk. And this is how people do it on like cartoon shows where they have different stuff. So this is a great way to do that, right? And then you can play around with giving them different expressions, right? Because let's say I wanted to give this guy a surprise face, right? I could do a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But now I'm going to draw it to the side here, and I'm going to give him a really big surprise face. And because this character is really stretchy, I'm going to stretch the form a little bit. Eyebrows coming up like this, really shocked. Get his jowls in there. Some of his chin. Or, sorry, his cheekbone. And we're gonna get crazy expression out of this guy, right? Same like general head shape and everything. But now that we've like popped everything up some more, it looks way more alive, right? Does that make sense? As far as like, this is how you really like pop as far as like those expressions go. You just like mold the face out. Now, that will help you in like a tangential sense when it comes to like realistic faces, right? Because when you have a more realistic face, you kind of have to keep everything within the bounds of like, what does a human face do, right? But always, I recommend you draw with your loosest sketch forward, right? So if you're drawing like a character and you're trying to say that this character, right? I don't want to make them like really intensely happy, right? I'm going to try to keep everything as loose as possible, right? So maybe I'll do part of the hair, but the hair's not really the focus at the moment. But like I'll have things really loose in the sketch, because as I start to refine it, I'm always going to lose this dynamism. As I start to pull this more into a realistic expression, I'm going to lose the dynamics that I got from this kind of expression. So I want to start here, where I have a lot of expression, and then like tone it down a little bit as I work it, right? The side profile will always be neutral because for me, yeah, no, absolutely for like reference sake, right? And then there was something else. Expressive character sheets. I understand that fully. The other thing you said you wanted to work on, Blorbus. Sort of Blorbus. I hope you understand, I'm trying not to be around the bush. I'm going directly for what I think would improve your art, right? I know a lot of people that use reserved chibis, like for a character that is like this character that's supposed to be elegant. Just to touch up on this one more time. This type of chibi is probably the most expressive that they will be, right? If they're supposed to be very elegant, this right here is probably like already a caricature of how expressive the character is, right? You'd have to ask me. But Moob, as I know you very well, I highly recommend being more loose with your pen and your sketches. That's what I recommend. The same thing I always recommend. Oh my god, what have I done here? So, the other thing you said you wanted, pose is too stiff. Pose is too stiff. So, is it for my webtoon projects I do? Yeah, that's lovely. I still struggle. You said that you wanted to work on pose and like that kind of stuff because you think it's too stiff, right? Draw more fish. Black D has excellent recommendations. I also think you should maybe draw more fish. As far as pose goes, I can see that the anatomy is... They're a bit torso heavy. But sometimes characters are just lanky. Like that. By that I mean their legs are a little bit short. For a ballerina, at least. So that would just be a matter of going back in there and reformatting. I always recommend doing figure drawings, right? And we do figure drawings every day here if you want to come by. The characters scream ballet pose. in my opinion, no. If you're trying to really exaggerate something for ballet, and this could just be me, you could always try like the Black Swan poses, because any pose in the Black Swan is going to look ballet, I think. He's short reference from real life ballet dancers. Okay. I'm not super intimate with like the anatomy of short male character, like realistic short male characters, right? Because the worst thing you can say is like, that doesn't look like real anatomy. The human form is so wildly plastic that there's no such thing as real anatomy, right? If there is a proportion you want to go for it. And as long as you're consistent, it's fine, right? That is my recommendation for like anatomy. If you're trying to make this pose more ballet, I haven't studied this. You probably have looked into this more than I have. For me, the most ballet pose out there would be like, let's see. Really want to push this as like down and pull it around. So I want to emphasize how curved the body is. And I'm thinking I'm not pushing this enough. I want to push this more. So here's what I'm going to do. I take this leg. I'm going to skew it. Push it into the background. Cool. Let's get it out of the way of this box. So we want to make sure this is emphasized as coming out horizontally. And then I want to push this torso back. So that means I'm pushing the rib cage up and out. That means the neck is going to be much more like this, and the head, right? We gotta really pull the shoulders out. Because to me, ballet has this like grandness of form, like the exaggeration of the torso and the body. We want to make sure this is about the length of the rib cage, a little bit shorter. So for me, and I don't know if this would really necessarily be good for a character sheet. It's kind of up to you, whatever you need to like reference the character. But when I see something like this, I'm thinking Black Swan, I'm thinking Tchaikovsky's The Nutcracker. Tchaikovsky is just like excellent reference if you ever want to do any ballet stuff, which I need to do more ballet stuff. I want to make sure Sprungy does some ballet stuff. I'd love to take up ballet too. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I could probably push this foot. And you can take the shoes off or put the shoes on. I don't think it really matters. This arm's a bit big. Let's shrink it down. And instead, let's take the other hand up higher. So I'm hiding a little bit of the face, but ballet is less about the face and it's more about how much can we like, how much expression can we get out of the body, right? So this is still like outside of movement. It's a little bit like sleep pose. For the most basic pose, I think you've got a good action pose, but I think maybe a pirouette, or what's the other one called? Shoot, there's a pose where they do this. Although I don't know if this is traditionally a male pose. This is, I think, traditionally a female pose. This is like generally the gesture that I'm going for like a more reserved pose. Right? Something like this, the head turned down. So we still have this like wobble in the because the center line is here. We don't have anything holding the pose down here, and so we have more of the mass on this side and the anchor point on this side. So we have this sort of balance going on. It's going to make the pose a little bit more dynamic and interesting. Plie. Is this a plie? Okay. But yeah. And again, this is just like, from what I can see, there's you're putting a lot of importance on the anatomical Norrsprung. It's fish time. Wait, what? What's going on? You're putting a lot of importance. Sorry, Miki. You're putting a lot of importance on the anatomical correctness of the pose, which is really good. It is leading to a little bit of stiffness, which is fine. It depends on what you want as an artist, right? There's a lot of like, you need to find out what you're trying to go for, right? But yeah, I think there's definitely nothing wrong if you want to stick with this sort of style of like, especially since this is a character sheet, right? Okay, what is happening on the side here that I haven't been paying attention to a while? I really, what? Koi fish? Have identified a problem then? What? I carved and sculpted one? Draw fish is a good day to learn? Koi, please and thank you. I'll make a fish. Please draw a fish. That's my take. A koi fish. What Kit said, because I am doing your floor pose. Found that I really love drawing poses from Yuzuru Hanyu's skates. Okay. Also have a lot of them in my Pinterest board. Can't say I've ever purposely drawn one. Today everyone has to draw a fish. Or at least this week. Be used to draw any fish you're liking. Preferably koi. Server. Koi fish anytime, Kit. Drawing a koi that's big goldfish, right? Sure, thanks. Also drop one. Norrsprung, it's fish time. Spring is cooked. What? It'll be its own separate stream. Don't worry about it, Sprung. Credit you as a koi fish. That's fair. Dog is awake. Hey, doggy. Cool. So I don't know if you will gain anything from having this page, but here, let me go ahead and send this to the Discord so that you can see it. Yeah, of course. I'm glad it gave you some insight. As always, I can't fix your art, quote unquote, because there's nothing to fix. Art is art. And it's all a journey about what we want to do with it next. Yeah, there's that. Who's here? I don't know who this is, but hello. Sure. Is cyst supposed to mean sister? The orange, yeah. I do want to do a little study. I do want to do some studies. So let's do what's on this page. Nothing of importance. Cool. We'll go with that. Okay, I guess that makes sense, I suppose. Did I get my new certificate? I did. I'm certificate level 31. What? Let's see. My account, my achievements. Hey, I have the improver. 50 hours of figure drawing on quick poses. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and, by the way, Cyst GTG here already, 1:30 a.m. Need to sleep? Yeah, of course. Go ahead and take a nap. Get some sleep. Just going a cheerleader dance. Okay. Let's get the reference page up. We're gonna draw some koi fish. Of course. No. Thanks for sticking around. Always welcome to come back. I like the koi fish pictures that are like this. I want a more dynamic pose out of them. This is AI, isn't it? This is a watercolor. Okay, I'm going to use this one as a reference, and we're going to be dramatic about it. Image in tab. Let's grab our reference page. What? The koi keeps you up at night? 2 a.m. here. Mm-hmm. All right, let's start with. Cool. Fish in your mind. Draw your brain fish. Reference doesn't take away from creativity. I don't like this one as much. It could still be a little bit bigger, I think. I'm pulling it up for anatomical reference. Actually, pull this down. Ah. Let's see what the color of this looks like. Sure. Works for me. Oops. I need to get that fin up. Where would it be? I don't know. Yeah. This guy is not as chunky as I need him to be. I believe you answered my blurb question. What blurb question? I may not have seen it, or I may have missed it. This guy needs to be chunkier. Practicing blorbos for faces, should I use face-looking blorbos or blorbo-looking blorbos? You should probably use blorbo-looking blorbos. Part of the challenge is trying to find a face where one does not belong, right? Whether that means you have to stretch the face out sideways or you have to use some kind of weird jutting as a nose or an ear or whatever. You should definitely try your best to use blorbo-looking blorbos. The more fucked up, the better, because the more challenging it is, the better. But feel free to start with, like, I don't know, this, right? Or maybe that's a bit much, so maybe just this. And then work your way up. There's no reason why you can't just start with that as a face, right? Florba looking Florbas. Yeah, that's fine. I would recommend Blorba looking Blorbas, just because they are much cooler. They'll teach you a lot more, also. Ow! Ooh, my back. I should not do that. Duffy also does a lot of shape challenges. Karina can fit Sonic into any shape as baffling. Duffy is it really because they're cooler or that you secretly want me to work harder? Duffy is a YouTube channel. They're pretty fun. They are funny. Funny fellows. You know? Collection of funny individuals. Let's see. I want to get this head shape right. I want more bend. I want more bend. It's too much here. It's too straight. More bend. Do koi have mustaches? Sort of. Some of them do. They have a little tiny mustache. You would know this if you had reference. Those go there, but then we have one set coming out here too. It's like community draw day too. I think it just means everyone's drawing something similar, which is nice. It's fun. There's less of the requirements to do something also, I think. I think it's just nice to draw with everyone. Not necessarily everyone doing the same thing, but I think it's just nice to have people you're drawing with. This should be a little bit flatter. Okay, I like the pose. But I want this to be bigger. That's the wrong button. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, how's it going, pup? How are you doing? I definitely want some more bluish in here. That's too blue. It still feels too blue. That doesn't feel blue enough now. Here we go. Some guests over, but I'm free. How about you? Nice. We're doing just some studies, right? I'm gonna try to, I don't know if I'm gonna finish this up soon, but I definitely want to do this and I want to do something else. No, we're going to 5. We're just, you know, doing some other stuff. This is too orange. A little bit darker. Less saturated. So love a little bit of the type. What are you've already drawn seems to be great. The overall shape's perfect. Also love the choice of music. What's playing right now? This is it should be at the bottom of the screen. I don't know if it's visible, but it's Slayer's Army. It's a Dune Eternal orchestration by Rush Garcia. I should just have the playlist like here. Oops, this is not. Let's just do the Caster Labs thing right now. It's not short. It's going to be a normal size stream. We don't need consequences anymore. Okay, that should be good. If someone does exclamation mark music, you should be able to have access to the playlist. Yep. Oh, that's interesting. That's a new bot, huh? Ah, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. You've gone Caster Labs. You've done your role. Kit says no more. I was a little bit with that. You want to make it more saturated down here at the bottom. Right? Disappears of any bot. Mods delete that, man. What are you talking about, kid? That was Caster Labs. You can put them on the server if you want. Share them anywhere on the Discord server. You can put them wherever. I'm not super peeved on like there need to be a place for them. That's not where the eye goes. What am I doing? I'm being silly. Gasified koi. God forbid the fish goes in the not safe for work channel. Put it wherever. Oh my gosh. Guys are always so exaggerated. Let's see. Let's take a look at the play. Yeah! Oh my gosh, it looks so pretty. It's like one of those shoot the ink drawings. Japanese ink drawings. Very nice. Oh wait, I posted that. I don't need it like that. No, that should be more of like a redder color. The ossified fish remind me of that CGI goldfish live action. Oh no, I didn't even see. I didn't watch live action Pinocchio. I wouldn't know. I've pretty much been like against watching any of the live action stuff from any section, corner of the internet, I guess. up. Oh my god, you're right. Okay, I think I have a better idea of what I'm doing. Go ahead and simplify some shapes here. Maybe they're bored with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Clay is my favorite fish of all time, but I haven't been able to figure out for the past 2 years. I mean, depends on what kind of koi. There's also a whole ton of like different mods and like morphs and everything. Functionally, it's just a carp, right? I want to draw them. They're so cute. Koi just want to yeah. I think you can draw them just fine. I'm being a bit exaggerated with my lines here. I need this to be much taller than it is. That's a bit too tall. Mods, kill that man. If we're trying to really like break down the form of it, I would always recommend do with pencil first. So for example, if I'm looking at this koi fish on the right here, we're seeing this kind of a shape, right? And then we have this kind of a face that comes in, out. Bam, this curves around. Mouth like there. Eyes like there. Like that. See that man. Go 2 notches down on the music. Barely hear you in the videos. Sure. Probably just raise my volume. I probably could, but I think this is where it fits fine. I just lowered the volume a little bit on the music. Cool. So it'd be a matter of like making it longer. More gradual. Not that much of a curve. Although maybe that much of a curve. It looks like it. Let me put that mouth too weird. Let's try again. Just let me know if I need to change it again. Okay, this is starting to make a little bit more sense. Just after the dorsal thumb, around the same place as made this face too long. That's still not the right tool. This one's a bigger lobe. They both kind of meet at the bottom. This one is a bit pointier. It's orange carp. That's a koi. All kois are carps, but not all carps are kois. You ever think about how weird that is? A tea, a cart. Gaslight temperament. You can't trick me. I know more about this biology than you guys do. Something like that. I've never done this many stays in one day ever. Ah, really good. I would recommend too, also, if you're struggling with like knowing a form or a shape or whatever, just kind of like simplify what you're trying to do. Because studying all the... Done with this one, yeah. No, I don't... Okay, so I don't mean like simplify the form. I mean like simplify what you're studying, right? If you're having trouble with getting the form of the fish in its entirety, instead, just do the head, right? Maybe it's easier to like break down the head. So if I come in here, let's grab a different head from what I've got here. I'll do the bottom left one-ish. Yeah, you can. Absolutely. You can always send anything. At least adjust where I may have slipped up. Oh, you mean like you want me to do a critique for it? Sure. Okay, that's weird. The head first human. Greek? I don't know. Good. So I don't think it's anything Greek. It's more just like put them side by side and be like, here's what you were doing, and this is where you might want to pay attention to. Us? Yeah. Because you said you're having difficulty seeing the forms, right? Man, this fish is fat as fuck. Oh, I see what the problem is. I didn't put this close enough to here. It's still fat as fuck, but still. I mean, it's kind of glazing though. You haven't even seen it. Here's my fish. Finished my fish. Mm. Depends on how much effort you're trying to put into it. And your goals. If you're always putting maximum effort, you're always going to take a long time. But the key is finding out, do I need maximum effort for every one of my drawings? I'd say you can get away with like maybe 10% effort on studies. Your effort should not be on the drawing itself, it should be on the learning what the drawing is doing. I was still saving your soul. For myself, yes. Let's see. I think you did a good job grabbing the floor with it. I can see what you're trying to break down. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at this and I'm gonna compare it to the reference images that I have here. Okay, so I always thought of myself as a shelf personality. Shelf personality? Yeah. Oh, so yeah. Oopsies. Oops, that's the wrong one. So let's take a little looky-loo at the structure of the fish, right? Let me zoom in a little bit so that it's easier to see on stream, perhaps. Jar chest even? What? Mighty chest of draws. Alright. So, we have the shape. So there's a couple of things I want to point out, right? If you're trying to compare yourself to this reference, I think you've done a pretty decent job. There are a couple of things that are different in the reference than what you've drawn, right? I don't know how much of that is creative liberty or how much of that is excuse me, my brain. I don't know how much of that is creative liberty and how much of that is just ability. So I'm going to try to not do too much here, right? One thing that's always important is to be able to see where things start, right? So this right here is not actually a part of the fish. The reflection of the water is very strong here because it's getting pushed out of the way by this fin. Do you like them thinking boxes to music? Yeah. Sure. So I'm just going to point out what is in the drawing, what's not in the drawing, right? So this shape right here is actually just the water. It's important. This is why it's important to understand how physics works. So when you get references and you're trying to use them, you understand how much of it is distortion and how much of it is the actual image. So especially when dealing with fish, you've picked a very difficult reference because the line for the fish's body is like that in reality. This is where the water comes in. You can actually, if you zoom in real close, you can see these little ripple effects here. That tells me a couple of things. One, it tells me that this is where the fin is protruding from the water. And two, it tells me that all of this, all these like little wobbles you see, is water being moved out of the way by this fin. Yes, the dorsal fin is right here on the fish, comes up to here, and then because it's reaching out of the water, there's this distortion, right? Realistically, the fin comes out farther back like this. So you've picked an image with a lot of distortion that's going to heavily affect how you see the reference. I don't think you should blame yourself or think badly about yourself or about the drawings because of that. Number one. This is the, I forget the name of the fin, but it's like the side fin. It's the first set of fins on the bottom. And this is the same one on the other side, right? It's smaller because the fish is slightly rotated. It's using this as a way to guide its body in this direction. And it's using this fin as like a rudder to come down and push against the water so that it can keep this kind of like rotation thing. Cool. We can see down here its final set of fins, just barely, and we don't see it on the other side because it would stick out like that. On this side, you can see that the rest of the body goes, and this is a bit easier to see the distortion of the water here. Always look for like highlights and stuff in water to find the distortions and reflections, right? This doesn't actually pierce the water, but it's pretty close to it. It's about to if the fish does any like sudden movements or anything. Okay, so I do a Control T. Maybe it'll grab where the eyes are. Let's do Control T and drag this to the side. Right? So immediately we can see a more fluid shape, right? We have a perspective of looking more down, actually. And so when I look at your copies here that you've done to look at form, excellent job looking at form, by the way. I see a couple of things. First of all, I see that you've changed the perspective of the fish, right? These boxes that are being drawn from this angle, right? They're all pointing in this direction, which means the viewer's eye is here, right? When in reality, oh my gosh, put that back in, please. Nope, I would like to put this here. When in reality, the viewer's eye is like here, I guess. If that makes sense. Technically, it's more closely to like the middle, but it's like there is no perspective in the thing. The viewer's eye is where the person who is looking at the painting or whatever, this is where they see the horizon line, sort of a deal, right? So when you have your fish drawing, what we have is we are looking very clearly. The viewer is very clearly looking down at the fish, right? But when we look at this reference, we are looking down at the fish, but we're looking kind of directly down at the fish, right? So then if we were to do our contour lines for this, I might draw them like here. something like this. So you can see how this is kind of like, as it's going backwards, what we're seeing is we're seeing the lines shift into more of this kind of shape, right? Yeah. And then we have the lines here. And we have lines down here. Right? Those are mostly flat planes. So then if I was to draw a contour line spanning the length of the fish, it would be somewhere around here, right? Right? Something more or less like that. The last one's a bit off, but we're not going to worry about that too much. Cool. No, you didn't mess up really badly. I think you did a great job. The only other thing I might point out and recommend, you're drawing a lot of things that aren't on the reference. So what's happening is you're kind of developing a bad habit of like assuming what you see, right? So you think, oh, there must be a mouth on there, so I'm going to draw a mouth, right? So there's the mouth. But on the reference, we don't see a mouth, right? There isn't actually a mouth that we can see. The nose comes through and forward. Same thing with the eye. The eye is this downwards oval because it's this kind of plane, right? Mouth and whiskers, those are just like creative liberties. Okay, fair enough. I would still, because there are no visible ones, right? If you wanted to add to this one, you could do that. I would get a secondary reference for where the whiskers are. So for example, on the references that I have, right? It looks like there's this shape that the mouth has. And at the base of it, there's a thing that comes down, right? So it comes down at the bottom, and if we can't see it from this angle, right, that means very clearly it is below this. So if we wanted to exaggerate, we'd find, like, get a different reference and guesstimate where it is. And we start from there. And then keeping the same perspective, right? So we know it's going to start more or less here on this side. We're going to draw down from there. Like that, right? Something like that. Maybe not as thick. And if we want to do the mouth open, we can just come down here, add a little space. Although it'd be really hard to put the mouth in this angle. I noticed that you saw the nose, right? Or pits. Is guess then always bad? Guess is not always bad if you have the library to back it up, right? If you're guessing and you're also guessing the form, you might want to not do that, right? Especially during a study. If this was meant to be a study, I definitely recommend to make the best of it by always getting visual stuff, right? Do not presume because you think you know what another hand is, right? My brain knows what a hand looks like, right? It looks like this. That's not a hand. That's a symbol of a hand. I gotta back it up with the studies and the forms and the mental memory that I have of these things. So if you're trying to learn, find the reference, right? No, it can be a chibi hand. It doesn't need that. This guy still putting 4 fingers on hands. If you're drawing for your imagination, nobody gives a shit, right? Don't bother. Who cares? The other thing is, these are sensory pits, so I'm glad you saw them. But they are, I would focus more, if you want to get more of like something to look like a fish, I would focus more on this area right here. Right? And so that you can actually see that. Oopsies. This area right here, right? And let's drag that over to our fish reference. That will fit. Right? And the reason why we want to focus on this area right here is because fish have gills, right? And so the way fish breathe is that they have gills like at the back of their bony face. And fish have all sorts of different like head shapes and everything. But usually there's a bony structure right on the back of the head. And what that does is it will open and close to force water over the gills so the fish can breathe. So instead of focusing on these sensory pits, which look like a nose, and granted they are in the actual reference, you can see here and here, those aren't going to be the standout things for a fish. That's fine, you're burnt out, it's the end of the day, don't worry about it too much. It's a teardrop with pizzazz, exactly, kind of like how Moob put it, a teardrop with pizzazz. The only other thing is the way that you've done these curves, right? Being able to see when something is flat is pretty important, especially with 2-dimensional images. And it's why like seeing other things is also pretty important. So you've given him this fish some chunky wings, right? If we looked at a cross section, right, it's supported by one bone, and then there's lots of tiny little tendons that comes off and makes it flat, more like sails. When should I stick with the reference and when do I break away? If you are doing a study, I would stick to the reference as close as possible. Now, there is a different type of study where you take the object and you rotate it in your head. Usually this is after you have drawn the subject from multiple different angles from reference. That way you have an idea of what everything is and where. What everything else is and where. I'm saying that you have drawn them chunky in the way that you have added these curves, right? It might not have been your intention. But if the fins had been more like straight lines, it would have been flatter looking, right? But that would have also been like looking at the reference and seeing how these radial lines attach. That's what's going to give that flat looking, is when you put flat lines. Flat lines always flatten an object, right? Curved lines give depth. But yeah, other than that, I think it's fine, right? I do recommend though, if you're trying to, reference is always optional when you're drawing from imagination. If you're trying to build your visual library, I recommend using reference constantly, especially in like sticking to a reference image, right? There's this idea of don't let your use your reference, don't let your reference use you. That applies when you're not studying. Might have deviated from the quail a bit. Uh-oh, have you deviated from the quail a little bit? This wave effect. Yes, that's just kind of, you've chosen a very difficult a difficult thing to do. Because like I showed you, this is the actual line, right? And this is the wave effect. Right? If you see both of those, then you're kind of, what you're doing is you're telling your brain to, okay, let's put aside the effect and look at the reference, right? So it's really tough. I recommend finding reference kind of like I have, where what I'm doing is there's very little to no disruption of the form due to interference effects. But at the same time, I started off doing a very different study, which is I want to do more of a light study, right? So I want to get back to this a little bit more, but it's definitely not a form study. But that doesn't mean that a form study doesn't help. These sorts of studies down here that I did are definitely going to help me, because they're going to let me understand how light is going to play off of these forms, right? From the fact that the eye isn't just kind of sitting down on the skull, it is sort of like sitting on its own like nose bridge sort of a deal. That means we're going to get some more cast shadows around this area. Also that the mouth has its space here. It comes down to the head, and then it has the mouth guard for the top. And it has the lips. Whiskers are on the mouth guard. It has this always open mouth there, right? This is all going to help me when I understand the form later to cast light. Yeah, for sure. But I would recommend getting a more clear image like I have in the top left corner. And maybe just focus on the head, right? Maybe just do the head. And then build yourself up to the rest of it, right? Because while yes, a fish is simply this and this, oops. There's a lot in between that can be tricky to place. This is, I'm kind of just drawing from memory here a little bit. Just kind of trying to reinforce the things that I've learned. Probably make the mouth bigger. I think I personally like it when I make the mouth bigger. I think it's easier to read. Cool. Right. he is an unlicensed salt mine. Always take moves teaching with a pinch of salt. Clocking double shifts. Cool. Then I would recommend, if you will allow me, definitely import images, right? Import images and break it down into like boxes, right? Do your simplification stuff. Okay, let's do a line here. That's where the head is. A line here, that's where the tail is. Okay. Box, box. Okay, so what we have here is of the total length, we have about a quarter of it is head. And then 3/4 is body. Maybe more or less. Let me see. Let's be the top. I don't care for that. What? Yeah, it's not exactly right. You'd probably say something along the lines of like, you could just move this back and say it's a quarter or something, right? It's not exactly a quarter, but you can kind of use that as a reference gauge in your brain, right? I'm gonna say out of the entire fish drawing, right? 1/4 is head. So this is where the head is going to be. Cool. Let's break the head down a little bit more. On the head, there appears to be 3 different sections, more or less, where the mouth stops and the gill chamber stops, right? Maybe put it at the edge of the eye. Sure. Let's do that. Okay. In the head section, in thirds, we have the gill chamber, which is mostly already drawn. We have the end of the mouth, which, if we want to look at the shape of it, you can see is shaped like a triangle. So we can go honk, honk, triangle. And then we have the eye in the middle. As far as the fins go, the first one ends where the mouth begins. Moob needs me. We'll get there, don't worry. First one begins where the head begins. The second one, if we look at this, we can see, how do we break this down? Halfway of the body is here, but I don't know if that's as good, right? Let's see. What is halfway on the fish? Halfway on the fish is where the fin's dorsal begins, right? So on the totality of the fish's body, halfway, we have the fin starts. Why am I using flat shapes? This is just a breakdown for myself. We're trying to get the proportions, right? So we're just doing a breakdown of where everything is. And it only ends right at the very end. We can guesstimate just near here. Cool. But that's also where the set of dorsal fins begins. The secondary set of dorsal fins begins. And that goes... I think you could separate the torso into thirds based on that. So we can go a third down here. And it ends where the tail ends, about where the fin ends. That. Never focus or make sense of it. I think halfway on the fish is amphibian. Fish is not the fish is not a fish scale? Fish to not a fish scale. That's fair. Since the fish is rotated in perspective, doesn't that make the proportions inaccurate? It's close enough, right? It's gonna be close enough to be believable. Not to be confused with fish scales. Very true. Cool. And then we have... That's, you could say it's about the same distance as... Oh, the mouth to the back of the eyes. So, mouth to the back of the eye is about this big. like that. So this is about how we would proportion out the fish, right? We add the guesstimate, right? And I'm showing you the breakdown for how to find something that's not fish, right? Let's say you want to do a monkey or a gorilla or whatever. You start breaking it down into these proportions, right? Because I'm not using shapes, I'm using proportions. What is the distance between this and this? This is about 1/3 for the faces, bam, 1/3. 1/4 for the head, right? Blah, 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 1/2 for the torso, and then we add the tail. These are completely arbitrary. You can make them wherever you want. We can do monkeys next stream. I gotta do other things. You know, I actually have to draw stuff. I want to draw more of myself, and I want to draw more studies and master studies or other stuff. But yeah, so if we do a breakdown of the fish's head as a study, right? We know that a fish's head, goodness gracious, has this sort of a shape. And that about 1/3 of the way is going to be the eyes. Cool, so that's the head. You can also spin this in perspective. Third, this is where the mouth is going to be. Another third, this is where the eye is going to be. Is there any like height preferential for the eye? Looks like it's in the top half, centered in the top, more or less. So, I didn't do it right. Centered in the top half. Cool. About like that. And then we can go to the gill shapes. Looks like we've got more of like this kind of shape. And so that's 1/4. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to about here. Begins where the head ends. Begins about halfway on the entire fish's body. Begins towards the end of the tail, the last third. Same thing. And then it's about the same distance as from the fish head to the mouth. Right? That's how you start to build the visual library. It doesn't take infinite art requests. It actually works on the schedule, more or less. I'm probably done with this fish too. I got distracted from it, so it's just gonna be like that forever. It is what it is. But I want to do other things. Cool. We can just get rid of this layer. And this one. Yes, what's up, Moob? Face blurbs are good. I mean, really, like, I think they're fine. I think you are maybe looking at them and you're trying to put a face in the same vicinity. The reason I say that is because this one is less about like working with the shape and it's more about just trying to put the face, right? You decided that you had this proportion for the eyes, right? instead of seeing, okay, this could be a brow line, and if this is a brow line, where would the eye go inside of this brow line? Does that make sense? So you worked with the face, or you worked with the shape less, in a sense, right? This one's really good. I like this one. And this one's not bad. Has no color yet. No? Am I on the straight and narrow? try to see the, because you started doing like the forms and the contours here, right? That's really good. That's what I like to see. But try to see maybe forms and contours on other shapes, and then use those like 3D forms into what you're doing. That'd be my recommendation. Okay, I was looking at Blorbuzz. Yo! Big whalefish. Nice. I love them. I thought that was in private. Nice. Good work. Good job. Good job, one and all. I haven't seen T's left though, so. Yes, you don't necessarily have to do the contours, but if it helps you see forms and stuff, sure. You want to work with the perspective and the everything to kind of just like make a believable face in the shape. Volumes and everything. So, that being said though, God, that fish is so fat. Let's put these in a folder. Call them fish. Fish. You want to do some faces. Never try to exercise ever again. I think your fish is lovely. Oops. Where's my mouse? Aww. I think they've got great appeal. Alright, let's look up some human heads. Probably just go to like Pinterest or something, right? Probably just go to Pinterest. What was the other one for like... I'm going to be working on Springy's design a little bit. I think it was Unsplash. Yeah. Let me open the image in tab. Cool. In my in-depth breakdown, you ADHD addled spoon, did you want one? It doesn't seem like you really used the reference. I don't know what you want. I tried line weights. Okay, I can look at your line weight if that's what you want. Hey, how's it going, Rambo? You should study JoJo's for anatomy and dynamic poses. Just want to stare at men. I do like how you use the line weight at the curve to indicate more depth. And at the corners of the mouth. Really good. I do feel that you maybe would have benefited a little bit more from having some line weight that ends in a T-line at the tail to show that it is going back into depth. Should change your pressure so that you don't have to apply as much pressure to get darker lines. I'm going to be doing some studies. Mm-hmm. You guys see what I'm drawing here? I feel like the reference is in the way. Only slightly. There you go. I should have the other one up because it's going to be. Oh, okay, cool. We saw. Ooh. Dropping everything to watch draw a realistic face. Don't you have a fish to finish? What fish? Sure, sure, sure. Alright. Here you go, Ma. No. Good boy. I noticed that my weakness is the volumes. If studied, volume of studies I'm able to get out. This is particularly due to the fact that I'm pretty busy. So the more studies I do, volume use, the better you end up getting. This is why gestures has been incredible for my proportions. Notice that my faces are still weak and need more work. Is there a gesture drawing equivalent to get out more faces? My aim is to get out as many faces as I can to familiarize myself with the angles and features. Do you recommend I do? Literally, yes. You can just do faces as gestures, right? Here, we can probably just... Here, we'll do some after this. I'll show you how to do it. But yes, you're pretty much on point. Quite literally the best way to get better at doing anything is to just do it a whole bunch. That's the EP spelling? Oh no, that's not good. I better finish this pretty fast. Let's get these in place. Okay. I don't have where the wrist is actually. I just kind of have the indication of the wrist. I did give Maho a treat, yeah. Half an hour. 2 minutes left for me, probably half an hour. We'll do like 15 seconds or whatever. Check it out. Nice. Can you fix this face since you're doing pieces? No, I'm not doing any more critiques right now. I haven't successfully done anything of my own art, and I'm feeling honestly like shit because of it. So if I constantly do more critiques, I'm going to like feel worse and worse. Not because of anything anyone else done, but because I haven't done anything for myself. Like I said, I do studies and practices to make myself feel better about my art. Quote unquote fixing someone else's art doesn't do that. But yes, they are right. You did an excellent job with that face so far. If you ever have an issue, right, where you feel like something isn't right, break the form down first, right? This is the part where I've taught you guys this and that. And you gotta start to just apply it a little bit so that I can have my bad day. Okay, so here's what I would recommend if you're doing faces, right? It's called the T. Right? The general gist of it is eyes go around here, right, on this side of the T. Eyebrows right at the top of it. Nose is anywhere below this T line. And then the mouth goes down here in the middle. You might notice this is quite familiar to some people, especially those of you who have either watched the latest DC movie or if you are just a fan of DC Comics, right? It's Mr. Terrific. Yeah, basically. So when we start drawing faces in perspective, what we're going to do is we're going to, just like when we draw our figures, and I'd start with like an oval for a head or whatever, and then the jawline, and I'll do the neck and all that stuff. Ours is going to be kind of like a T, but in perspective, right? Oops. But we're functionally doing the exact same thing. We're just going to be drawing this T shape and finding all of the forms and the everything as we go, right? And that's going to help us just like give us a shorthand for what to start with. And we can use the reference in the guide that we're doing for the rest of the head, right? So that's just a bit of back filler. We're gonna pull up Spherical Metron, exactly. It's a classic shape. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So here on quick poses, I don't know how much of this you can actually see. You can see most of it. Come down here, you just hit face. All interval of 60 seconds, right? We'll just draw 30. We'll do like a regular, we'll do a half an hour session, right? This is probably what I'm gonna do too. I don't think it's gonna cut off any of the faces, but we'll see. Peel me off. Good. This is a great way for you to do it. So we'll do our drawings. So this guy immediately has this T. This one's not as rough on the being able to draw it without fear of getting demonetized or whatever. So we have 60 seconds. That's quite a lot. So don't fret too much about time, space, whatever. You want to get pupils a lot, and then once you finish with that, getting the shape of the head for the hairline is a pretty good thing to do. And of course, try to get the rest of the head in if you have time. But if you're primarily focused on getting the shape of the head, good marker is here at the center. We're going to have the center of the head is where the ear is, because that's where the jawline meets everything else. Right? The pupils are where you're going to see the most of the expression. So if you are really looking to like get expressions down, try to capture like the pupil and then sometimes the eyebrows. The mouth can be somewhat secondary, but it can inform a lot as to like whether it's pouty, whether it's whatever, right? Don't forget, like, really try to scrunch up that T shape, right? It is a reflection of how it's being warped across the person's face. So really, if they got a scrunched up face like this one, really get it scrunched up. Show that deformation. And because of the way the mouth deforms, right? You're gonna have the lips looking like they're gonna come down in the middle, when in reality what's happening is that because they're on a cylinder, can we do the other way around? Oh, unfortunately, there is a nipple. We gotta skip this one because there's a nipple. Oopsies! Can't really see what's going on in the chat right now, though. Oh my gosh, what have I done? You guys got a really downturned nose. It's pretty cool. I don't quite see that often. Ah, too much, too far. We can try these tomorrow. So let me pause and read chat really quick. Let's see. Oh, moves out. Bye, Moon. Does the T method account for different body types? It's kind of the same way that a circle applies for a head type, right? So you just kind of make the T longer or whatever. Oftentimes I'll leave out the bottom of the T. I'll just kind of like use the outside. And regularly I will try to conform it to the head. So if you look at how Mr. T's Mr. T's face has that big T, usually what happens is that the lines will match the skull, the outside of the orbitals, right? So follow the contours. Yes. See no evil. Drawing the T, are you thinking about the underlying anatomy, especially with the eye socket? That's the biggest one that I look at. Are the focus just eyes, nose, mouth. Generally, that's the way that I try to do it. Eyes give you the most. Nose places the mouth, or nose places the eyes, and then the mouth is going to give you the third expression, right? Shots, you can't read chat during these. Lastly, can these studies be applied to non-human figures? I'm thinking you can try these for some. Yeah, absolutely. They can be applied to anything with a face, right? Maybe they just have like a longer face. I like doing my regular figures though. So for example, if you want to do an orangutan, I think they'd have like a face like this, where their nose is more here, and their eyes are more like out here, right? Right, so anything that has like vaguely a face shape is going to be able to benefit from this sort of a study. I don't know what the top of an orangutan's head looks like. I was spoken to when you said Mr. T, and I was like, what the fuck? It's also Mr. T, the I Pity a Fool, right? Here's that Mr. T as well. But yeah. Maybe I'll do like 5 more of these. Oh. She's got some really small irises. Also, just try to start with the corners of the mouth if you can. Oftentimes that will give you a better idea of what to do. Not always though. Oh, she's serious now. Yikes, what have I done with your mouth? Well, you can't win them all. Let me pause and catch up. This is the last one, actually. Let's just do this and then... Christ, that's loud as hell. Hey, let's end there just because there isn't to. Even Robbie, a little bit, sort of. So Robbie doesn't have a mouth or a nose, right? So if we look at Robbie, we kind of just divide his bottom face into half. And then we put big eyebrows. So that's most of the face. And then if you want to do like a T, you can, but it tends to be more of like a divider space. I think the bridge of the nose are an underrated aspect of the exercise. Yes, it helps you see how you have the eyes, right? And then you have the bridge of the nose. And as you rotate this like T in perspective, right? You have the eyes. And then you have the bridge of the nose. So that's a really good section of it. Exactly what I mean by the corners of the mouth. So the corners of the mouth, what I mean by that is if you follow down about here, right? If we do our T line, corners of the mouth are going to be there. So try to get the corners of the mouth in, because where those are placed is going to determine a lot of how the face is read, right? So if I were to have some eyes here, follow the T lines down, right? The position of the corners of the mouth is going to be the darkest section, right? That's how we can tell if something is happy versus sad versus mixed, right? Versus really unhappy, right? Versus overly joyous, right? Those are the places with the most contrast, and they're the places that your brain is going to register the fastest. Holy moly, where do you even start with the last one? For the last one, you're pretty much just like, you only do half of it, right? Let's skip. Pixar and demo, please. Those are so hard to capture. I either try too much or too little, but that's my own demon to slay. I hope I have distracted you again from your studies. You're fine. I was mostly doing faces anyway. Let's see. Noses are... Try this, like, circle thing. There's a artist that I will sometimes watch here and there, and they do faces really well. And oftentimes they'll do this for the nose. And what that lets them do is it pulls off this chunk, right? And then we start, imagine the bridge starts here. And then you can like bring this back down, right? Sometimes it's easier to imagine, what's it called? The ball of the nose is what you call it. If you feel your nose, you'll notice that like the tip, the cartilaginous tip has this like shape like this sort of a deal, right? It has a whole bunch of things and lines go up and down it. And then from there, you tend to have the skin flaps. They're kind of just like bridged open from it. Then you have the cartilaginous part that comes down from the bottom that has some skin on it. But that's really hard to like think about every time, right? So if you just do like a sphere and I don't know, let's say we're looking at it from down at the bottom, right? You can say, okay, then this part of the sphere goes to the face. Let me just give that some thickness. I'm just gonna follow this back till we get to the face. Yeah, easy. Easy peasy. Right? Also, for Zorm's actually pretty easy because say you do a T-line. You have your cheeks right here. You just put the mouth corners there. And you put the eyebrows here. Oops. And either they have a nose or they don't have a nose, and that's kind of up to you. And the rest of the head comes off of there at however distance you want, right? And the rest of the ears is the rest of this is just skull anatomy, right? Ooh, that's too much. Skull flattens out. And they give him really tiny eyes for some reason. But yeah. So something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and draw some springy stuff. Yeah. Of course. Sometimes you give them a nose, sometimes you don't give them a nose. You don't really need the nose, right? If you want to give them a little chibi face, right? You just make the T real small, right? Make the eyes real big. If my pen will work. Oh no, it's present. Give me a second. Okay, cool. Oh, don't tell me it's not working. That's unfortunate. Let's see if paint has crashed on me. Maybe? No. Okay, we're good. Jeez. That's too much neck. What's all that neck doing on a little guy like that? Here you go. Ooh. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't think of the Tia as anything more than just like a guide. The same way like using this is no more than just like a guide for what you're going to do for where the head is going to be. Can't you ever hear that without like, hold door, hold door, hold door. Hold the door, hold the door. Welcome back, noob. What are we doing for the hip windows? Leaves on the vine, falling so slowly like tiny red shells drifting in the vine. Little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. Hmm. You know what? You knocked out these poses. I was good. Really? Probably. I could probably do a little bit more as far as like getting things more on model. So I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get better at drawing it on model. That's the problem. I don't have any consistency, and if I'm gonna do something like this, I should really have some consistency. Love this worm face. Yeah. There's two of them. I made the eyes really small in that one. Not sure why I did that. I just did. I guess. Consistency. Thank you. I'm glad you like how fast I can put out these poses that I don't like. I'm just kidding. Thank you, thank you. Gonna beat me up. That's fair. I deserve it right now. I don't even notice. Nose is too big. I forgot the gloves. That's why it was looking weird. As a person who's always too hard on themselves, you should be less hard on yourself. Thank you. It's just really daunting to think about drawing a comic, right? It's a lot. In the garden, find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. You finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. Side is lighter when you turn it around. Like your art, appreciate your efforts. Mm-hmm. Should point this at Maho, huh? There's little baby. Look at him go. Ah. Alright. Get some water. Yeah, this is really fucked up. It starts with this, actually, the bicep. I guess I could just work with it. Look at him go, lays there. He is a little bitty baby boy, you know? I don't really like the hand. Because it's like this. The hand's gonna be like that. more stuff. Sake for the steak fund. Someday my control button will work. I think that hand might be a little bit big. The pose is a bit stiff, but whatever. What's the matter, buddy? Give the koi a belly button. It got out of hand. What have you done? Where is the koi? Did you post it? I'll post it. Not sure if Kit will like it. Might do another one. Yeah, you should do it. Neurodivergent. Alright, I have been distracted for long enough. Tis time to do... finish of this. Because I got distracted immediately. Just doing some coloring inside the lines. I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of drawing a big koi fish? I gave it a bit of a. It's much better to face these kind of things with a sense of koi and rationality. That's really clever. How long did that take you? Too long? The thumbnail is when I mine 1,000 cobblestone. Yes. Sure. Actually, why did I saw the reference up there? That's crazy. I just realized. Yeah, works good enough. Maybe fingertip is what I'm looking for. Yeah, perhaps. I don't like that. It's not. It's like it's just saturated or something. Doing his little impatient sit. He is. It's time for food for him. It's like, all right, this has gone on far too long. I've lost my patience entirely. I have had just about enough of this shit. Is everyone here? That's not right enough. That's too dull. Man, now we're gonna do this thing. That's too orange. Getting more orange. This is too neon though. It's very muddy. Some springy hair somewhere in here. You know, with the color, I want to make the eyes and the mask. So maybe if I want to make him like lenses or goggles or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Hip window slowly spread. Now he's almost naked. But we gotta make him sluttier and sluttier, right? I wasn't so sure about the lighter violet instead of like white, but I think I like it now that it's been like highlighted, I guess, by the darker pink color. There you go. Actually kind of like this more. I'm a huge fan of that, actually. Yippee! I'm done. Don't like those. I don't really like this. I definitely don't like this. Said I'm done. Still fucking doing some shit. Nice. Okay, cool. Hey. Let's do a control save. How about that? We save and then we take a picture. So I'm not really sure how to take a picture of them. I'll just put them on a different layer. How about that? And then just export it. Hmm. Yeah, this is not the thing that I was expecting it to do. Ah! That means they're all cross knits. this comes out onto this folder like this. And this one comes up here, right? Yes. Cool. These colors are fine here. This is fine here. What I need is this one. Yes. So if I'm gauging this correctly, it's a fun, interesting thing. Okay, cool. So now if I turn this one on and this one off, nope, so this is still not on the bottom here. Cool. That's not how I spell twink. Isn't there a way to like center or something? Trust this thing with my life. Do I want to fill the background with black? Perhaps? Could be a way to like, yes, drag it and move. Damn it. Where is... Somewhere on here is the brush I'm looking for. Ooh, right, I forgot. That's not actually white, that's just the absence of white. Consequences of my actions, I guess. We're in space! Of course we're in space. It's a Green Lantern. What'd you expect? Well, Pink Lantern, I guess. I don't know shit about Green Lantern. I didn't expect anything. Well, the lanterns are space aliens. They use magic. I don't care how much they try to like tell me it's sci-fi. No, it's science. They harness the power of will. You know what else harnesses the power of will? Fucking magic. You know why? Because it's magic. You ain't gotta explain shit. So it's space magic. Who cares? It's still magic. Not sci-fi. Harness the power of will. That explains everything. Yeah, exactly, right? Fuck no. Magic. I should probably apply the Gaussian blur now. On this specific layer. Blur should be stronger. There we go. That works for me. Right, now we can come in here and get rid of this bullshit. Now in this instance, I think I am justified in making spring just a teensy bit later. Wait, I want to apply this. Nice. I feel like it needs a border, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Mm-hmm. We look at the comic book covers for the other ones. I don't think this is gonna be the comic book cover, but let me just double check. I mean, it does kind of just go off to the edge, and it just ends up having a bunch of stuff on top. Ah, whatever. Just feels rather empty. Maybe that's just because there's no moon. Ah, whatever. Ah, whatever. That being said, I'm probably going to end the stream. Probably going to end the stream. Yeah, that's how you say words. Exactly. I've done this long enough. It's done time. All of it's non-destructive, so it doesn't matter. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Right? The glowing effect is nice. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. It inspired you in your own adventures in art and made me feel a little bit better. So there's hats. Bye bye.